Testing, testing. Manage. Oh, there we go. Edit. Wait. Did it start another one now? No? Okay. Edit. There. Okay. Okay. Now it should be good. All right. Okay. I'm just gonna be a little bit quiet in the beginning here. I'm eating some stuff, waiting a little bit on the stream here. So what to do today? Yesterday we had a bunch of, well, you got a lot of done yesterday actually, but we ran into some issues with the editor. So I think it happens once you do this a bunch of times. I don't think we got it fixed. But now it seems to work, but no, I'm pretty sure we did not fix this issue. Although it's not happening right now. Yeah, there were some issue. There were an issue with input, I think. There's a race condition here, so I'm just gonna have to analyze the code for this one. So why can it open the thing? The session is not restored properly either here. Could not open file. Okay. That's interesting, because that happened before as well, and I'm not sure why this happens. Okay, these are null, so... Oh yeah, because it overwritten it. The issue that we got was that we get like something like this. And it's like 170 all the way. Instead of a string. So that tells me that that's probably like garbage data or something. Let's just try and find out what why that happens. So this is like a pointer, and I guess we can see like we open this up. If we exit now and restart, it will still keep this session here. If we change this and now exit and restart, it doesn't work. Okay. And so let's do that again so that we can get this state that we want. Open the scene, exit. Now let's look at the session. And here you can see the current scene file name is actually garbage here. So that could be an indicator of what is actually the issue with all this stuff. Maybe, hopefully. So if we go to where we call this open file scene here, and this, let's see, the file name that we are using here is then being used down here, and we are duplicating it there. Okay. Wait. Right. So we are freeing the current scene file name first. I mean, I guess if they are the same, if file name is the current scene file name, which it, no wait, that's not it, right? What is this one? This is the scene file name from exit. Right. So then this one might be garbage, perhaps. So if these are the same, we don't want to free it. No, we don't want to free it. If they're not the same, then we free it. Okay, let's just see if that actually does anything. Open this, go here, exit. No. So we do have this target. Okay, I think I wanna try and open the debugger for this. I haven't gotten the debugger to work in this environment, so I have to switch to VS Code, regrettably. So so what I'll do is perhaps I could do code right. Let's see if I can show this. I don't know, like that, maybe. Okay, Yeah. Doesn't exist. Okay. Interesting. So it exists somewhere. It exists there. Non-installed is what? Yes. Okay. So let's see. Let's go to, no, how do you find a file in here? Okay, I forgot what I was searching for here. So I want to search for this here, open target scene. There. Okay. What's all this? Can you please disappear? Okay, whatever. Yeah, so I want to see what happens in here and what happens when we try this. So let's run this now. And let's load that up. And now let's do this. Okay. Oops. So this one is a pointer to something which apparently, no, it seems to be correct. Well, it starts out correct anyway. 49 length. Yeah. Why does it say invalid? SCF. I mean, what if we type here SCF? Okay, I don't know. But let's yeah, and this one, the exit scene file name should be the same. Yes. Could we just go here, go to the memory and see? Where is it? Oh, it's here. So can we show this as... Do I have to like expand this? No. So where's the decoded text? Yeah, d:/ and whatever. So it looks to be fine, I guess. Like, where's the decoded? Something shows up here. Oh, there we go. Well, you can't see it because it's on the other side, but it looks okay. So, okay. Then we go in here. And this is F10, yeah. We open this file. Oh, no, yes. And we grab a reader and do some stuff. And we do this. So this one does not change the file name. Right, and then we deserialize and all that. And here we set the current file name to this. And this now is garbage here. So why did it become garbage all of a sudden? Okay, I'm just gonna make an educated guess that it might have to do something with that, but it feels like it shouldn't, actually. Okay, so here we can just continue. And we will open this. Okay, I'm just gonna actually I'm going to go in here now. Yeah, this is now valid. So go in here. It's still valid. No, now it's garbage. But this one is. Wait, how is? How does this happen? Also, how does it open the file? I'm not sure. Right, tag is time map. This one. Okay, that. So this one actually looks okay. So we do have some valid data in our scene document. Apparently. I mean, if the file name was wrong, how could it open the file? Let's try and run again and see. I'm not sure what is happening here. Let's actually look at file name now. See, this is like garbage. How? And you go here and there's nothing here that you can read. So it's like, does it dispose of it once we're done here? But we need it down here though. Here it's fine. And this is... Yeah, I don't think we can see like the type. Or maybe we can see this one. So this is like, it's just a normal const U8 slice. Go in here now. File name is, it's not this, it's something else now. What? But apparently you can still like read the thing. So maybe there's some name clash somewhere about this or something. I don't know. Maybe this is a bug in somewhere. But then let's see. After this, is it set to, yeah, so after free, it's actually set to a. So I wonder why that happens. I mean, this one doesn't even have anything to do with it. Okay, that's a little bit discouraging, actually. And we free this. And this one is apparently not null. Maybe it's because it's nullable. It has some more structure. Ah, maybe that's the issue. The debugger may not be able to show this correctly because of the nullable part, maybe. Okay, and then you can see here, this one actually looks alright. Except it's, the memory has been like wiped here. Oh, I think I know what the issue is. Wait. Okay. So when we free this data, we actually free the document, which frees the scene, which frees the entities, which frees the thing that we're trying to look at. So we actually need to... Oh, okay, I know what the issue is now. So, okay, we can't just do this willy-nilly here. So we actually want to duplicate this before we use it here. Maybe that could be the responsibility of this one. Duplicate that. And now this one should be duped. Well, we'll call this let's do like scene file name, and then this one is just the file name, and this now is scene file name. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and now let's try this again. Okay, we got some errors. Where is the errors? Oh, yeah, we need a U8 here. Okay. So now when we go in here, we duplicate the file name. Now this looks okay. It still should look okay. And the memory is intact. Okay. Nice. And now current scene file name is still working. Okay, cool. Great. Let's close this down. And hopefully this may fix the race condition as well. Now these are things that you really have to look out for. Yeah. So that's also why I'm returning here, because after we've opened the new file, everything in here, like the selected entity, this is no longer valid, so let's open that up, open this up. So we close that, restart, we get back, we open this scene, we exit out, let's check out the JSON file. Now it looks okay, and if we start it up, we are loading in the scene again. Okay, great. And I hope that this has solved this issue as well. I mean, you never know, it might not have. I'm just gonna try this a little bit more here. A couple of times. Okay. Seems to be more stable at least. Okay. I'm just gonna call that solved until we find another issue with that. Okay. Nice. Because I really wanted to fix that issue, because it would be a real bummer if you do a bunch of work and then you're not saved, and then all of a sudden the editor crashes. That is a horrible feeling. Okay, nice. So okay. Okay, so yeah, I need to figure out how to proceed here. Yeah, one thing that I want to do is I want to remove these transparent things. So let's go to, I think, context. And, well, what's happening with the LSP here? Let's go to, what is it? Focus. Yeah. So this one should depend on the mode. Yeah. So we'll do mode is equal to mode, focus is equal to focus. So now when we start, we should see the whole time map and not a bunch of transparent stuff. There we go. Okay. Now what? Wait. Like that maybe. Oh. Yo, yo, yo. Yeah, no. Well, I did sleep, but maybe I don't know what time zone are you in, Joey? Yo. Sorry. Wait, why is I'm not hitting this one? Okay, the boundary is a little bit. Let's adjust the boundary, I guess. Because I'm in. What do you say? GMT +1 or soon 2. Oh yeah, I'm in Sweden, so what time is it there? It's very late, right? Very late or very early, I guess. Boundary. Yes. Well, not the physics system boundary. I want the level boundary. I will just increase this a little tiny bit. Or we change how the walls are made. 4 AM? Yeah. That is late, I would say. Or very early. You need to go up and work or something. Init, where is it? So init level entities, there we go. And we have level boundary walls and definitely pioneer for SIG Gamedev. Well, I don't know. Wish more people knew your channel. Oh yeah, thanks. That's nice of you to say. Yeah, I just think it's fun. I mean, it would be nice if I could do this for a living, because that's sort of what I'm trying to aim for, I guess. In the long run, it's gonna be a long road there, but hopefully in the end it's gonna work out. But yeah, I mean, SIG in general right now, I don't think there's a lot of people doing that. But there are a bunch of activities. I mean, in the Discord we have like a SIG language Discord, and I think that's, well, I say we, but the SIG, I guess it's like the official channel. I don't really know. But that's actually a bunch of activity there, and I've seen a bunch of stuff. Bunch of people do like trying to do like game engines and games and stuff. But I guess it's not. It hasn't really like blown up. I think a lot of people still want to use like C++, and it's gonna take. I think it's gonna take maybe some while before people want to move over to SIG, but I feel like it's a really fun language. Bun or Tigerbin? Yeah, oh yeah. So is Bun? That's the like the Node.js replacement, right? And then Tiger Beetle is the database, I think. Are both those in SIG? I joined your Discord. Nice. Welcome. I'm going to bed. Yeah. Stay Siggy. All right. See ya. So, let's see. Ground generic. So we actually wanna. This is the position, and so we wanna scooch this over a little bit. but not more than the player can, so that the player don't like fall into the abyss, I guess. But let's at least move it over to the edge and maybe a couple of pixels more, so that you can actually go into the wall a little bit. Oh, the boundary. So we have, yeah, so we need to do a little bit more here. Let's do negative, maybe half a tile size. The level size is, I believe, is that scaled? Yes. Oh yeah, and here we can actually do level left now. Instead. Level size, yeah, that's the same thing. Okay, so level left minus like the tile size times, yeah, the x component of tile size times the scale over 2. All right. And then this will be level right. Okay. That's a bit convoluted, I guess, but and then plus that. So I think we'll get this as a amount that we will scooch over. The Y position, no wait, this is, yeah, the Y position is 0, and this is the height and the width. So I guess there's not any point of having it be 16 wide though. I think if we set it to 1, then that should be fine. Now we should be able to touch that boundary. We can also move it. We can move it here. And then, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's try that. Oh. Okay, so we need to move it like 1 over. There we go. Wait. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's and that's a little bit of an issue. I think when we press play, we actually, yeah, so how we did it is we save to a, well, okay, I can show you what the issue was. So the first time it looks alright, you go to this part, but the next time I go in here and it immediately sends you when you're like right here, which shouldn't be the case. But the issue is that this is actually a different scene. This is the scene that we've actually saved in as the real file. but this, when you press play, you enter a scene which is sort of a temporary scene that we save to a temp file that we can then use. So, and I think we did that because we didn't really have a file name for the scene, so we had to save it to a temporary file name. But now that we have a file name, and you can see now it actually does work like this. So what I want to do is I want to fix that, because now we don't really need to have a temporary file name anymore. We can simply we can go to play. What we can do is we can simply save the scene. So we don't need to do any of this. The scene file name is actually going to be self.scene current scene file name. And then child current work instruction. Yeah, so we're spawning that, and it should already be absolute, I think. Also, we might need to actually put quotes around this here. So it should already be absolute, I think. And so we don't really need this. No. And we don't need to delete the file either. Okay, so now whenever we play, we save the scene. So we already saved the scene, and then we spawn the thing. So now if we start this up, and for example we put this one in and press play, it crashes. Okay. What is this? Is that infinite loop? Oh, are we forgetting to leak? Yeah, this is leaked. Okay, let's just go up here and check what's happening. Error opening file, bad path name. Right, so maybe it cannot actually handle absolute file names here, so maybe we should assume that it's always gonna be absolute. Also, I want to remove this file. Now, where did we do that? Here, yeah. So we're grabbing the scene file name here. It is passed into this part, and that's the scene file name. And then we use that in load scene. Okay, so apparently this doesn't work. Error opening file. So let's actually have the file name here as well, so we can see what it is. Okay. Oh yeah, I should also announce this. Let's actually announce this here. There we go. Okay. Excuse me. So, where were we? Maybe we can find out if it's actually absolute or not. Yeah, is absolute. So if it's absolute, we use one thing. So if it's absolute, we want to do open file absolute. No, open file absolute. Otherwise we want to do this, and we want to catch that error as well. Okay. So let's open this up. Crashes again. Error opening file, bad path name. Interesting. Yeah, we are spawning it in Windows, so it should use the Windows bad path name. I mean, I'm hoping that it actually recognizes this, but this is just like the bool thing, so it obviously goes into the absolute path because we get a different error, I think. So it does go in here and then check a bunch of stuff. Yeah. And we try to open it, but it says bad path name. Maybe it's because it's quoted. Let's do trim of these. See if that works. Oh. There. No, not this one. I'll do this one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we get this monster here now. We delete the monster, press play. It should save the file, and then if we go back and forth, we should see the same result. Yeah. Okay, so that works. Great. Okay. Great. Now what? What did I think about to do? I'll close this down. Okay, so I'm gonna look at my to-do list a little bit. We have devlog 17. Oh yeah, so we did scene transitions. And now it feels kind of open. Like it feels kind of like we reach a point where you can go a bunch of different ways. And yeah, I have some ideas for. I mean, I have a lot of ideas for what I want to do with the game. Like, but maybe I'll implement. Yeah, okay. So one thing that I want to do is I want to have. Now we are at. Let's call this like scene transitions. Now we are here. And we are working with. I want to. Well, really, what we did here is like a bunch of editor improvements. I can't even remember all the things we did, but we did a bunch of improvements to the editor. Okay, so the devlog here. So what I want to do is I want to focus on maybe more the monsters a little bit. So right now we just have one monster really. And that monster is not really done, and it's probably gonna be redesigned as well. And yeah, I need to implement some more, like some AI for it so it can move around. But I was thinking of doing first is because I've made like a spawning animation which I want to incorporate. So I'm thinking that I want to make like a animation that spawns in monsters. And that's kind of how the monsters are. You encounter the monsters is they're not there from the beginning when you enter an area, but once you move around, they're gonna spawn in different ways. So I think I'm gonna work on that. So first thing, I need to figure out like, okay, how do I want it to be? So I think for the first pass I'll just have the animation play once when the monster is created. Yeah. So play spawn animation when enemy is created. Right. Okay, let's just do that. So we'll go to our initial scene, turn off this thing, and all right, I'll be back in like a minute here. BRB. Sorry about that. Okay. Running over some cables here. Okay. So yeah, so we want to play the spawn animation. Well, first of all, I want to add this animation to our monster here. So we have an animation called spawn, and then we go to somewhere to play that. Let's just delete this code. We're never gonna use this again. I think, yeah. I'll keep this one, but just because I want to remember this name here. Okay, so the first animation is gonna be spawn. Then we start it. I just want to see, like, if we're... I'm pretty sure we're looping the things. We don't want to loop this animation. Maybe we should have, like, a... Because I don't remember how we did it with the death thing. Oops. Where's animation instance? Here? No, here. So let's say if we had something called looping here, then yeah, the update is done here, so we get this. If it's updated or if it's playing a next frame, yeah, if it needs to be updated because of the next frame, then we do all this. And the current frame, I guess we can just say if animation instance looping, then we want to do this. Otherwise, we want to do min instance current frame plus 1, and then animation frames and -1. Right, that should be fine. Okay, so let's add this here. looping. I mean, let's just set it to false to begin with. Or, no, true, I guess. I don't know. Some sort of default. And then, oops. We go in here to our monster and we say that this instance here's that instance. So we will say this is gonna loop. No, it's not gonna loop. Yeah. Oh yeah. So the animation instance I don't know if it's good to have looping on that part because this can replace, like, you can change out the animation and with a tiny one, and then the looping should be like always set to whatever is the preference for that specific animation in that context, I guess. But let's just set looping to false and we'll set it to true once the spawn animation is complete. So if you go down to update and I guess we can go to update animations maybe. So we'll do for we need a view. So this is gonna be registry base. I think we're gonna do a view of monster AI and animation instance. And then we can iterate through that. And oops. Yeah, so this is the entity, and we can grab now the animation instance from view. We want to get animation instance from the entity. Okay, and we want to see if the animation name is spawn. Okay, I'm not sure if this is a really good idea to do it, but I guess we have to compare this string here. So this is spawn, then I think we'll just check is the instance done playing. Maybe we can have a convenience function for that. It's done. delete t if self dot wait. If the current frame is this and t is more than or equal to next frame at. Maybe. But we probably want to like stop it if we're looping. If we're not looping, we probably just want to stop it if the current frame is like the last frame. I guess we pause it then. And we don't really need to do anything else in this case here. So we can just I guess this part we want to do though, maybe. So let's say we do this. And we don't check for this. So this checks, are we looping? And the current frame is like the last frame. This needs to be -1. Then we pause it because we're at the last frame and we are updating it to the next frame, but the next frame is gonna be out of like beyond the frames, so the frame's length, so then we pause it because it's done. Otherwise we are either not looping or we are at the frame before, so we can go ahead and update the frame like this, and then we do all this. This should still be valid, but this part I don't want to do this if we are at the end. So if animation instance is done, we will return, or if it's not done, we want to do this. And now this one is like, yeah, if we're at the last frame and the next, and we are beyond the next frame at, and we are not looping, then we are done. So this means, hopefully now, that the spawn animation will play once the monster is spawned. So let's spawn a monster over here. Maybe I should add like a loading thing here, status, to see like loading or starting, and then once it's running we change it to running, and if it ended we change it to ended. And maybe we can even look at the results to see, did it crash, what was the exit code, because right now I think that it actually just crashed. So let's go ahead and see what happened. Is there... Oh, there are things I've not done here. That explains it. So yeah. Animation instance, animation name, spawn, if animation instance. So yeah, so what I want to say, yeah, okay, so I want to see if it is done. If it is done, then we want to change the animation to basically idle, I guess. Set animation, no. So we need to do this. Animation container, wait. So we need to do this, and then animations get idle. And does this reset things? Yes. And I want to set looping to false. So this reset stuff, it's not playing, so let's do start as well. Okay, so now we should hopefully see no more compiler errors there. So now we should hopefully see the thing spawning in. Okay, it is. You can see the spawn animation here, but it's not. It's looping. That was exactly what I didn't want it to do. So it's kind of funny. Did we set looping here? Looping is... Wait, looping should be true here. That's true, yeah. But here looping is false. And... if we're looping, current frame is the last frame, we pause. Right? That makes sense. Then we do all this. If it's not done, we set the next frame. I'm not sure why that doesn't work. Okay, maybe it's a one-off error. So current frame is equal to frames length -1, right? Because it can't go to length. Or does it do that once it's done, maybe? So you have the next frame. It goes in here. Current frame is -2. So it goes in here, it sets it to +1. So it should be -1 in that case. Oh, but then it's done, no. I guess maybe it's done then. But then it should just stop. Oh, but this is checking for looping as well, so looping has to be false for this to be true. So, but if we, let's say looping is false, and that one is -1, and the next frame is reached, well, this will always be true, this part, since we are setting the next frame to the next one. So this doesn't really make sense here. I think what we want to check is if we are not looping, and if so we get in here, next frame's updated to -1. Then we want to check, yeah, should we just move this up in that case? We move this up here. So if we are actually not done, we change the next frame rate here instead. Next frame rate. I think that should maybe do it, because you get in here, it checks for looping is false, current frame is not yet -1. But once it is -1, then it's done. And it will go in pause. It will also not do this. Yeah, I think that should maybe work, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Nope. Okay. Huh. So let's say it's -2, it goes in here, it's not done yet, so it does this. It's not going in here. It does set this to +1, so now it's length -1. It does all this. It goes in here next time. And now looping is false. This is true, and this should be true as well, because it's true over here. Wait, next frame at is, yeah, it's less than t. T is more than next frame, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we don't go in here. We are looping. Current frame is length -1. So we go in here, we pause it. And then we do this stuff. And then we go back in here. And maybe it's because it's updated. But even if it's updated, it goes in here again then. I'm not sure why it would be updated, but even if it is updated, it goes in here. It sets... Unless we're calling start. Wait, but start doesn't... Start just sets playing to true... Oh, this one, it sets next frame now. So we can't... That can't happen. Because then we would see like a... animation not finishing at all. It's not gonna advance any frames because the next frame at will be constantly pushed forward in time. Okay. What am I missing here? I think maybe this part should always happen even though we're not updating the animation. So I think we actually want to move this out here. Right. So we're flipping the direction. It doesn't really have anything to do with animation per se. You can still flip the animation or flip the graphics whenever you want, even though the animation is paused or whatever. So that should be better. And also, if it's done, then it is looping, and we are here, and then we pause it. But if it's not done, so I think we want to do this, and then else, if it is done, we simply pause it. Because this checks for looping as well. And I want to reverse these, so let's do like this. So if it is done, we pause it. If it's not done, we continue going to the next frame. It doesn't feel like that changed anything, but at least the logic is a little bit more compact, I guess. Okay, it seems to have solved the issue. Okay, so will still be angering me if I go here. Yeah. Cool. And you can see the attack animation is clearly not looped, or I mean it's clearly looped. So we can do that for that as well. We can set that animation to be looped now. So I think wait, attack. Yeah. So here we can say looping is false, and then once we are done with that, we want to change the state to idle. And looping is true. Maybe we should have set that every time we do set animation we force you to choose if it's looping or not. And there you can see once the animation is done, it stays on the last frame instead of looping around to the new animation. And we should probably do the same for a bunch of other animations as well. Maybe we should actually force to set, whenever you call set animation, you have to say, is it gonna be looping or not? And we'll set this to looping. There. Death animation, looping should be false. Idle. This one, we are setting the animation to the to what animation? Oh. Okay, so let's add this here as well then. And now we need to add that here. Hurt, looping is false. Attack high, looping is false. Idle, looping is true. Idle, looping is true. Okay. Good. NPC talking. So this one is looping. And was that it? No. Idle, looping is true. walking is true, 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 and true. No, attack is false. Hurt is false. Duck is true, I guess. Or is it false, maybe? I mean, it sort of depends on your ducking animation. If it's like an animation that enters duck mode, you have an enter duck. I don't really have that, so I think this one, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'll just have it as true for now. Combo is, I guess it's looping. It doesn't really matter. Walking is of course looping. Is that it? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so what else? Yeah, let's add this little indicator here to see if we are opening the thing or what's happening there. So in the case of it crashing, then we're not missing it and sitting around waiting for it. So let's go to layout and search for the play button. So we want to have in the same line if, I guess we'll have an if here, and we'll store the state of this somewhere. So let's go up here and say play state not running So we'll have not running, loading, or starting, I guess, running, and then it goes back to not running, or it goes back to error. Crash, I guess. Okay. And let's go to layout and we'll see if context play state is equal to, well, if it's not equal to not running, then we want to do same line, and then we want to do switch context play state. So if it's starting, then we'll have a text. Can you say color here? Perhaps? Wait, arguments? Oh, I see. Text colored. Okay, so you can specify the color then like that. Okay. I think we want to do that for if it crashed. Running, I think we'll say text colored, and the color is going to be green. Wait, that's 4. Color to int, no. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna do this. Yeah. So green. I mean, if it's F32, I'm guessing it's like from 0 to 1. I don't know. It's 4 things, so let's do that. And yeah. And then we have crash, which should be red. Crashed. Okay. Okay, and then else we don't do anything. Okay. And of course we don't really see anything right now because we're not managing this value to set it. But when we click play, we want to set play state to starting. And then, oh wait, this is not gonna work because it's not gonna, because it's spawning and waiting here, so it's not like asynchronous where it can show the progress. So maybe, okay, so maybe we don't do it like that. Maybe we do it like this instead. We say before we click play, so we know that if we're in here, we're about to start the thing. We know that we've clicked. And then we say same line starting, right? Oops. So now we should actually see that we click play, and then if the state changes to something else, I think we want to have this as in an else. Next frame or whatever, we're gonna see like what it was gonna be. So maybe starting or running should be more correct. We're not really getting like a progress report from this, so I think we'll just say running here. And after play can actually return then maybe this thing. So I wonder if the spawn error actually includes like exit codes. I don't think so. And then this one, exited, signal, stopped, unknown. So what is stopped? It stopped like it was killed. Oh, I see. So if you exit, okay, so I just want to see. Let's actually just return this. And then this would be term. Okay. Right. So let's get this here, and we'll check if this is exit. We get the exit code. If the exit code is not equal to 0, but this will only be for one frame though. So maybe we don't care about this at all. Actually, let's actually grab this here, and we'll say switch term here instead. So now we can say, okay, if we get an exited, we get the exit code, and the exit code, if the exit code is more than 0, or if it's equal to 0, then we don't do anything, I think. But if it's not equal to 0, then we say self.playstate equal to crash. Okay, other cases where it will crash, basically all of these other things. I guess we'll do else. Okay. And this one, we have error saving scene, so this would be like unknown, yes. Yeah. Query from enum to union must initialize. You better do what? Oh, I see. Unknown 0. This avoid. Okay, yeah. So I guess we just, yeah, we get an error, so actually I don't think we need to return this anymore. So let's just ignore that. This one, we got error saving scene, so it's not actually a crash, I guess. We probably want to say something else. We want to say error opening the, like, crash starting, so error starting. There. Error spawning game. Now this one should also be error starting, and then return. Okay. So now we can say running, or I guess starting. No, let's call it running. Running, and then if we are not clicking the button, we are also in here. So we are putting a thing here and a text there. So depending on the thing, And I'll do this so we can catch whatever things we don't have. So starting, we have error starting. And this would be red. And the format is error starting. Oops. And what else do we have? We have no, nothing. So okay, let's see if this works now. We press play. It doesn't say running. Okay, it did say running. So it actually... Right. So because... I think it's because this happens in the frame. It's not actually drawing anything here. So that's why that doesn't show up. So I guess we'll just remove that. We don't really want to be able to do stuff while playing anyway. Well, I guess maybe when we get to a super advanced editor, but I don't think that's anytime soon. Like changing properties live and stuff like that. I mean, it's doable, especially when we have the ECS. You get like an update, and you can bind since all entities have IDs, you can bind the updates to IDs. So if you change, let's say you change the color of an enemy or whatever, it could potentially just become like an update signal that goes into the game, and it updates that specific entity with that data. So that's actually doable. It's a bit harder with actual code edits though. You would have to like... Maybe you can save like the state of all the entities, and you reload the entire game with this new state. That could be doable. But that's... yeah. But that, to have that would be really nice, but yeah. That's a lot of effort. Okay, so let's let's say if we try to introduce a crash then. So what if we say, for example, well, I think that, for example, if we duck and we misspell this, that's going to be a compiler error, I believe. Yeah. Because we have that. But we can go into animation and define animation that doesn't exist. I mean, they should really be like enums instead. I don't really know why I'm doing it like this. This should be like enums, and then you use the enum name instead of having to do with strings, because then you get like auto completion, you get better compiler errors. But let's say we create this new animation that doesn't exist in the file. Now we can actually do this, because I don't think we actually check those animations. Excuse me. What? Now we get an error here. Unable to... Oh, sorry. I forgot that I had it open. Okay, let's restart this. Okay, so now we've introduced a deliberate crash. So if I try to duck now, it's gonna crash. And if we go back here, we can see that, yeah, the game crashed here. Cool. And if we click play again and we exit normally, it still says crashed. Interesting. Did it actually crash though? Or are we just not? No, it didn't crash, so right, so we need to set this to starting here. And well, I guess if we have an else here, we want to set this to not running, I guess. So so we deliberately crash it now. It says crashed. We press play, we exit, and the crash disappeared. Nice. So now we can see if it actually crashes, so we don't have to wait around and look for different things. Okay. Maybe we should also have like the console, like it shows like the log of the game as well. That would be nice to have. I mean, we kind of do have it already, but it's like mixed in with the editor log. So, well, it's not gonna be that big of an issue. It's just nice to have. Like you open up this. If you spawn the game through the editor, you get this separate console log window where you can see all the logs happening. If you want to debug something or whatever. Okay, but anyway, we got the spawn animation working, so it's spawning in like that. And next up is what I want to do is we'll delete this and let's go to this scene. And I want to add a bunch of monsters in here. And what I want to do now is I want them to spawn in like I want them to spawn in when the player gets near instead of them spawning in immediately. Also, they didn't actually spawn in there. They just exist. Okay. Why are they not spawning in? Okay. Let's also fix this again. So they are going in here. We should be setting their animation to spawn. This is an entirely new instance, so also this. I mean, we should probably just say set animation spawn. Looping is false. t is 0. Maybe it's because t is 0. Oh yeah, maybe that's, so we should actually use scene t here. Yeah. Okay. Let's see where else we're doing this. Start 0. So this should be CT. Okay. Let's search for 0. Okay, whatever. We'll probably find these issues as we move along. What's this 0? Oh, this is the gamepad. Com sequence length 0. And I think that's it. Okay, cool. So let's try this again. And there you go. You move into this, and you can see them sort of spawning in there. I think we probably want to disable the gravity in their spawning animation. Alternatively, we'll have them spawn on the ground where they should be instead. So if we go here, this is kind of annoying. I want to fix this. Like, I think it's because, so the 16 by 16 also, this is kind of weird. It's not really following my mouse good here. But if it's a 16 by 16 entity, then it's snapping to these grids perfectly. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. However, if it's sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna place here. But if it's another size, then it doesn't actually snap to the grid the same way. It's kind of like the center is the same as the tile, but then it's just expanding out like this. So that's not really how I want it to be. So I want it to be like you snap it to the tiles. And oops, these guys. Oh, there's a crash. So the metadata, okay. There's some issues with the metadata. I'm gonna fix that later. I know that we have to fix, there's like a memory leak there as well, but let's fix that first with the snapping to the grid. So when we handle input here and we move the entity, we grab a position, we set the selected entity's position to that. If shift is down, we do get mouse position straight off. I want to check that actually. So if we do this, it's like snapping to the center. If we do this, it kind of snaps in a kind of weird way. It's like I'm hovering about the center of this tile. I think what I wanted to have is, if I have the mouse in this tile, it's gonna snap to that tile for like maybe like the top left of the entity or something like that. Because right now it's like changing from the center part here. So what I really want to do is let's see, grid position to entity position, yes. So let's actually, so the mouse grid position, I mean, it might just be that we're drawing everything a little bit wrong. Like we're drawing things at the center instead. But let's just do this. So grid position and the position. So this is a little bit well, actually it's this one. I think what we need to do is we actually need to draw stuff better. I'm just gonna look at this. So we get the mouse position. This is pixels. We are then dividing those by the tile size. Let's see. Let's actually, if we go to we change this to time map now. We go into the time map editor instead, because the time map, yeah, and then see how when you paint stuff, you can see here. This is how I want it to be. So whenever you are in this square here, that's actually how I want it. Why do we get these weird artifacts? It's like some pixels are too long here. That's weird. Okay, but anyway, you're in this square, you're not moving anything. This is how I want it to be. And I believe that's because we're drawing this, the 0, 0 position is up here and not in the center. But at the same time, when dealing with the scene, it's actually the other way around. So then you do want things at the center. You do want the origin to be 0, 0 at the center of the thing. But then we have to, when we edit stuff, when we snap stuff and draw stuff, or actually we might need to use another type of get mouse grid position then. So wait, So now this is C instead. And let's go back to layout. So this might actually be different than for the entities or for the scene. So if we say scene grid position, this should be different now. So this should be the same. This is just a floating version of that, or a float version of that. Then we grab the time map. We have the divisor should be tile size, but we should like offset everything to, I think, plus. So let's actually offset this by, well, we can actually use tile map tile size. So we're gonna do plus we could no. I don't know, it's gonna be the divisor over 2. Is this the same thing as doing this? Plus half. I don't know. But we want to offset, or maybe we want to offset it. No, we want to offset it like this. We end up with a with an integer. So we can't just add a half. So we have to do this. Yeah. Okay, let's see where this lands us. So now it's still, oh wait, I'm not actually using this now. Grid to entity position. You should always use get mouse scene there. So let's actually see where we're using these. So this should be scene mouse grid position. Yes. Excuse me. We got an error. Mixed scalar and stuff. Yeah. So we'll do Victor to F32. Oops. 2. Okay. Okay. So now you can see. I mean, it's offset a little bit weird now, but I'm in this tile space and it actually drags the thing inside that tile space now. But it's like off by 1 to the right, I guess. If I... Okay. So, yeah, these ones still have the wrong position. I guess that's to be expected. But that actually looks a bit better now. However, I think maybe we should do minus then. Okay, let's try minus instead. Or subtracting, as you say. Okay, then it goes like that instead. Interesting. Minus, maybe it should be negative x and positive y. That feels very weird, but okay. No, that can't be true. That can't be right. Or? But it's just added, I guess. It's added once. I mean, yeah. I mean, it does work, I guess. And if we go over here, we do this. Yeah, I mean, that feels a lot better, like moving it around. But it's not, it's still not, it's still not snapping to the grid. So the position you get, I guess you will get like a grid position. However, the entity, so the grid position is now correct, I feel, but the grid position to entity position is, I think, is wrong. So the entity position, because this is sort of the snapped version here. So this is supposed to be snapping to the grid. And we grab the tile size and we just times it by the grid position. But we need to take the entity size into account here, I believe. So we can't just set the position to be the center of the tile. We have to set it to be... So we need the top left of... I think I'm just gonna decide that the top left of the entity is gonna be where... So let's think about about like this. So the top left square, that's 16 by 16. So if you think about the monster, which is 32 by 32, it's gonna be the top left square of that monster in a 16 by 16 square. So the monster will be like divided into these 16 by 16 squares, if you think about it like that, like 4 of these squares. And I take the top left one. That square center is going to be the same center as the tile you're, the grid position that you're hovering over. So how do we get that? We have the center of the entity, and we subtract half the size of the entity to get to the top left, and then we also add half of the tile size to get to the center of that block, and that should be the new center of the entity. So in order to do that, we need the actual entity size as well. So the entity size, what's in this payload here? It's the entity itself. No, it's just a type. Oh, that's right. This is when you create something, I think. So we actually need the size here. Well, let's actually pass in the type as well. So we get the entity type, And now we can actually get entity size. Wait, no, this is not the correct place. It's down here. So we will grab the entity type. And we have the size is the tile size. Okay, so I'll rename this to tile size, and then entity size is going to be, where did we get that? Context scene document get size from entity type. So this is now our entity size in a Rayleigh vector, and so this is like the Rayleigh. So let's do entity size is a vector to f32, and this is x and this is y. So now we have, now we have this. And so what we do is we take the grid position. So the grid position is actually going to be that center, the top left part. So what the entity position will be is, first we subtract, well, yeah, this is the position. So first we subtract half of the tile size. Oops. Okay, then we add half of the entity size. Entity size times half. Okay, so we take, so we are at the tile center of the tile, or well, we are not actually at the center of the tile. I guess we are at the top left of the tile. Okay, so if we are at the center of the tile, this is correct. If we are at the top left of the tile, this is not correct. But I think we might be at the center. So yeah, now we need to change these things. So we need to add a payload. We need to add payload here. Wait, which was this one? This is if we have drag payload. Okay. And then here we have I guess we should grab the entity here. Like this. And then we can pass in entity.type here. And then this will be entity.position is equal to that. And this should be a pointer. Oops. So now we're passing in entity type there. Okay. Oops, we have an issue here. So this one is vector 2. Oh, it's I32. Okay. Well, let's fix that. So float from int. And this one is also I32. Oh. Right. So let's do. Can we do float from int here? No, then we have to do it. Well, let's just do it like this. 2 f32 float from int. There. And then we should return a vector as well. F32, 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 this is F32, this is not F32. So what we'll do is we just do int from float. Okay, and anything else? Yes. Oh. There. This expect. Oh, okay. Okay, now let's try it. Let's go to the next scene here. Start this up. No, this is not what I was doing. Let's go over here. There we go. This is what I wanted. Well, okay, it's not perfect right now. It actually... Wait. Okay, so when you pass the center, I believe, it changes. Okay. Interesting. When you pass the center, yeah, it changes like which one it snaps to. But at least it snaps correctly. So does that mean there's like one place where you can't actually set it to be? No, it looks alright. So now we can set it like this, which is a lot better. And if we start, yeah, they spawn in at the ground level. Okay, cool. What else? I mean, there's a slight difference. It's like this is actually not supposed to be the center because the collision box, we don't have the collision box information here. The collision box is actually a little bit lower than the actual size of the sprite here, so we actually want the monster to be a little bit below here. And yeah, what I'm thinking is we might introduce maybe a flag that says like, okay, I want this monster to be around here, but I want the flag to say, okay, I mean, this is just one way, I guess, to do it, but I wanted to stick it to the ground, so when it spawns in, it actually doesn't spawn in like here. It checks like where is the ground, nearest ground, and it sets the thing to be on the ground there. And another way to do it, I guess, would be to actually implement collision, like have the collision box information in the editor so that you can snap it to the ground based on that as well. Okay. But yeah, great. So if we go back and forth here, we can see they're still like falling a little bit now, but it's not nearly as much as it did before. So okay, Now, yeah, I want to fix that metadata issue. You see on these ones, metadata actually works, but when we go over here, we get this thing, which does not feel very good. So, and it also crashes the thing. So, I want to go to metadata, the definition here. This is a pointer. So, I think instead of, well, actually, it's allocated once, and then we... So why would that not work, though? Yeah, this crashes the thing. Let's see if it's like a seg fault or something. Apply new text length is more than we get a 0. Why would that be an assertion? Okay, let's try and see if we say like something else. Same assertion failed. New text length is more than or equal to 0. So it's negative? What? Or okay, let's see if we create a new monster. It also gets this weird metadata here. So you can add or try to add, I guess. Wait. So that works. Maybe because it's new? No. So you can replace these. Wait, is it because... No. Is it because we are not inserting like a 0 at the start? It might be. This one actually... This has like... I think this does undefined... Says the first and to undefined and the last to a sentinel. So you get a bunch of garbage, basically. It should really also... It should really set the first thing to 0, though. Maybe that's the whole issue here. Alloc with options. Which one is this using? This is using with options. Return address. Null means naturally aligned. Sentinel. So this one also sets it to undefined, I guess. I mean, we could define it here, so we could say metadata is equal to allocator alloc sentinel u8 124 0 capture reachable, and then we set the first so we set the first to be 0. And now we set this to be metadata. So we do this. This works really well. This one is still an error. So let's just delete all these. These should work. This guy. Oh, does that crash? I can't type anything in here though. So we need to fix that as well. Right, so now these ones, but they do have metadata now. I wonder how that's actually stored, actually. Maybe it looks really bad in the actual save file. Let's open up that, I think it's test.scene. I don't have high hopes. Yeah, here you can see like the metadata. For most of this is like empty strings. Here it's like oh, you know what? Well, yeah, I'm just gonna do this and the same thing here. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Then we go back to where were we? I think the scene document maybe. I don't know. Yeah. So when we duplicate this thing, this might actually come from the JSON, which makes it not this size, buffer size. So we actually do want to make it that size and copy that over. So what we need to do is we need to say metadata is equal to allocated blah 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 blah. Okay. And then we want to do mem copy into metadata self.metadata. Wait, will this work with 0 sentinel? I guess it doesn't. Well, it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, so I think this requires them to be the same size. So we don't want to duplicate it. We just want copy forward. Because now we do copy forwards U8 and then destination is metadata, source is self metadata. So if this is from the JSON parsed, then it's just going to be a shorter string and you just copy over that. And it also has 0 sentinel, so should copy over that as well, maybe. I guess we'll find out. Otherwise, it's gonna be a size 1024, so it's gonna be the correct size anyway. I wonder if this includes the sentinel. Probably not, because they don't. I mean, I wonder what the length is. If it's the sentinel plus 1, or if it's like the same length. could just guard it, I guess, by setting length +1 to 0. Or no, not length +1, just length. Sorry. So now these things with empty method data, now we can actually change them as well. Okay, so that feels like one way you could do it. Like you have, like with the IMGU inputs, you have this sort of buffer, but it's heap allocated, and then you can just pass it in, and you don't have to like reallocate every time it changes. You just keep this same buffer going, and then when we clone it like this, we'd have to do it like this, but that should be fine, I guess. Okay, I don't really like this clone thing, but it's like when you have to deal with the JSON parse thing, and I want to really detach it from the JSON arena, then it feels like this is like one way of doing that. Because we got those weird like allocator errors if we didn't do that. Okay, but I just want to fix these ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's move you over there. Oh, it needs to be down 1. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Same thing here. Let's move you over there. One, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Save. And let's go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should probably include like an input for that. Like an input that shows. Oops, it crashed. Okay. Huh. Where's the game crashing now? Okay, it's crashing. Apparently. Okay, interesting. Let's check those logs. Stack height. Oh, it's the JSON thing. Okay. It's the same stuff we got from the other thing. Let's launch this and see what this is saying. So this one is saying enters key right, this one is saying enters key left, and these ones don't really have metadata. This one is saying nothing. No, Oh yeah, because it doesn't have anything. Okay. Okay, so I want to check the JSON for that. Oh, now we get this metadata is 170. But that's for the time map. But you don't want to save it like that. That feels like a wrong thing. Yeah, why is it saved like this? So let's go to, well, we did solve this issue once before. Sort of serialize the zero terminated stuff. What? How? So when you serialize a zero terminated string like that, and it's, yeah, I don't want JSON to parse it. Like, I don't want it to, I want it to store it like a string that's zero terminated. I don't understand why it's like the default is parsing it like that. Okay, let's just see if we can find this. I don't think there was any. I'm actually gonna Google this. This might actually have an answer. Sig JSON format zero terminated string. You usually don't get much yet from Googling these kind of issues, so I was thinking maybe that's like a usual thing that happens, but yeah. Well, the key though, I mean, if we go to this and check for key, that works. So why is that? Why is it different? Where is the like serialize here? So we have the string for options. We've got white space, omit null optional fields. String says erase is false. Typically encoded as JSON strings. This option names the numbers instead. Does not affect cause object field. Okay. Should Unicode be escaped? Renders numbers outside of the range. Okay. I want to see. I've been in here looking for stuff sometimes, and I'm starting to know my way around here a little bit. So let's see if it's many sentinels null. Right, so that's because maybe it should be many and not, I don't know, slice. Maybe it should be like a proper C string then. I don't know. Slice. So we have size equals many. Well, if size is many, then slice is mem span value. Okay, so I guess this will look for sentinel terminated pointer and returns a slice, iterating over the memory to find the sentinel determinate length. Right? So it's gonna check what the sentinel type is, it's gonna find the thing, okay. And this is gonna be a span, which is a slice preserving pointer attributes. Right. Okay. Right, if it's many we don't have a sentinel, it's an error. If we're giving a slice, then it's also an error. Interesting. Right, because we're checking here. If it's many, then we do this. Otherwise, we get the value because it's not. It's a known slice. Okay. Then we're checking if the child is U8. So right, so it's validating the slice. So maybe because it is a slice, it just takes the slice. So actually, maybe this is the issue then. We cannot, this type is wrong then. I thought that you could use this to have it act like a serial sentinel. But maybe this is more what we want then. So this sort of says that, yeah, the length is unknown, I believe. And it's zero sentinel, so it could be any length. So then, how, so what if we do this? Then this works apparently. And here we do, okay. Copy forward. So I guess we grab the original slice. It's going to be span this. So that's gonna give us the slice that we need to copy from. But I wonder if there's a equivalent that deals with sentinels at the same time. Okay, never mind. It doesn't really matter. So we grab this slice. Now we have the slice that has some length, and then we copy that slice into metadata, and then we set this to be 0. Okay. Does not support field access. So I think that should be enough. And now this is kind of weird. How do you cast this now? Because we don't know the length. I guess we do a span, but then the length is like not correct. Because if we go in here, it's gonna take the length plus 1, and this is like I think this is sort of the maximum length that the input can have. Yeah, so we actually want that to be not the 0 sentinel, but like the okay. I mean, we know it's like 1024, I guess. So let's actually just say this. Requires and then this. Requires field access. Where's this? Slice as bytes. Oh, it's like the index of. No. Metadata. Let's check. Where are we doing things with metadata? Let's see. Maybe it's span. Slice as bytes. Unable to parse into type. This is JSON. Okay. Unable to parse into type. Okay, so that they can't actually do this. Interesting. I thought that this was possible. I was looking in here earlier and looking how they actually try to. Wait, so they can't parse into that type? But they can stringify that type. Why can't they parse into this type? What? So it is a string. The child is U8. We have a sentinel. Oh, so it's not a. Well, it is a pointer. Oh, so it can actually deal with many pointers. But why can you stringify a many, but you can't parse it? What? This doesn't make sense. Look at this. Here, pointer. Here we're stringifying. So here we can do many. Okay, let's just check. Like, now the issue is that we have a string that is 0 sentinel, and it's like initialized with some buffer, like 1 kilobyte, and we pass it into Imgui's input box, input text, and then when Imgui wants to edit the source buffer, it can do that freely with 1 kilobyte of space. But when we stringify it, the standard library takes this slice of that slice, which is, if we have many, that means the size is unknown, I guess, and it creates a span. It looks for that 0, like the 0 terminated thing, and returns a slice that's that size. Otherwise we know the size, so we can just return the value itself. However, the issue here is that the slice is actually, like, we don't want to save everything in the slice. We just want to save this the 0 to up to the 0. So we just want to like string. We don't want to stringify the whole buffer. We want to stringify just the part that's like before the 0. But the stringify doesn't work that way. So when we get in here, and it's, well, actually, you know what we could do? We could maybe overwrite everything to be valid UTF-8, and that will solve it, maybe. This one, what is valid? Yeah, so we have some sort of weird mask here. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna try some things. I'm just gonna say, okay, let's go to scene then, and we are going back to using this type. Okay. And now we get a bunch of errors. This needs to be pointer. This. can just pass like that now. And where are we using span here? So we're not doing that, we are doing this and that. Okay, so now we're back to that, but then let's see, where were we? So when we initialize the metadata, this makes it so that everything is undefined except the last one is 0. So we want to basically just, can we do like memset metadata to be, I don't know, a or space or something, I don't know. I don't know if 0 works, so I'm gonna try this. And we also set the first to 0, so it's 0 length. Okay. And then we want to do, I guess we want to do the same thing here so we don't end up with some weird stuff. Okay. There. Right. And now let's go into the JSON file, and I want to fix all these weird things. So this one is this and that. This one actually has stuff in it, so after this I'm gonna remove that. Whoops. There. Okay. Now let's run. And let's look at the metadata. So now this looks fine, I guess. It's empty. If we try to type something in here, it shows up. We've lost the metadata on some of these, so here's that looks fine. So let's copy this over and change that and save. And now we go out and we check what the JSON became. Okay. Okay. So it is a string, but why does it work like this? Okay. So when it's stringifying this 0 terminated string, and it knows it's a string, it's like, yeah, I'm grabbing this slice. This slice has like 1 kilobyte large. It checks the child is U8. It checks if it can write this as a string because it checks for UTF validation. Then it does this. But here it doesn't care about sentinels anymore. It just does the string. I don't understand. And there's no option to actually change this behavior. The only thing that works is if you change this to a many instead of a slice, but then you can't parse it. Okay, I'm sorry. I've just been dealing with this for. So. And the only option now that's left is like making a custom JSON parse thing and JSON stringify. Well, I guess JSON parse doesn't need to be custom, but the JSON stringify needs to be customized. So okay, let's just do this. Let's just do stringify void, and do we have this somewhere? No. So the stringify works like this. You have self and you, yeah, right. So you have self is scene entity, well it's actually a pointer, I guess. And then we have the writer. And then what you do is you say, well, this is an object. So you're gonna do begin object. And let's see. We have begin object and I believe end object as well. And this is an error, so we'll do try and object. And then we need to do all the fields. So we can do inline for fields of the scene entity. And then we get a field, and we can do switch on field, no, if the field name is equal to, I need to specify the type here, if the field name is equal to wait, no, we'll do field enum. So this, yeah, this is field enum, I think, yeah, of scene entity. And then you can say field enum. This returns a type, which is the enum, yes. So wait, this is the type. Yeah, we get an enum, so we could do fields on that. No, I don't know. Let's just do this. Let's just check if this field name is equal to metadata. If it is, then we say whatever it was. So I think it's like begin object field start, maybe. No, where is this called? Object field. So yeah, so you specify an object field and you have to specify the name, which is field name. Okay, and then you can write, then you can just write the value. So you can do you can just do write and then the value, but the value is now, I wonder if you can pointer cast to this. So I want to pointer cast it into this type when we write it. So this is going to be, I mean, let's just do this. Okay. Oh yeah, U8. So we have the object field, or we're starting to define the object field with this key, which is metadata, and then we write the value, which is now casted into this kind of thing, which should be written as this string with 0 terminated. So it should be correctly done. Then we do else. We just do object field. Well, actually, we can move that out. We always want to have the field. But if we are not metadata, we just do write field self field.name. Expected const, found const. Okay. Wait. Right, so is this it's going to be const here? Okay. So now when we stringify this, it hopefully works. Let's see. Okay. So we just save and check now. There we go. Okay. Wow, that was, I mean, I don't think there's an issue now. We can still write stuff in there. Let's see if we can change this, for example, to something else. So well, let's just do it like this. It doesn't really matter what the content is. If we save it, this is now updated, and you can say here we have this ASDF in here as well. Okay, so that works now. Wow, that was I'm a little bit disappointed in actually the standard library. I mean, I might not be using this in the correct way. I know that the JSON serialize and deserialize have been a little bit, it works very well most of the time, but when it comes to these things, it's a little bit wonky. So, but this works now. Okay, great. Let's change this back here so we get correct JSON as well. Okay, so now that should all be good. Right, and now let's try and start this game here, and you can see it works. Great. Let's go like out here. Oh, it crashes on transition. Interesting. It might be that the other scene also has some weird things here. So let's just check the metadata here. Okay, that looks good. We save that. We do play. Okay, we can That works. Now we go back here and now it works. Let's see if we can go to the other side. But yeah, another thing I want to do is disable the like collision on player versus monsters, so you don't have to push them around, so you can just go through them. Okay, so that works. It was just maybe some weird issue there. Okay, another thing I want to try is the bug that we had when we start here and we exit to the left. We end up at the left part of this map for some reason instead of the right part. So yeah, I have no idea why that happens. And it only happens like the first time when you do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run this with a debugger, because I've looked at this issue with logs and everything, and now I want to use the debugger to see what's going on. So let's see. So I want to actually open... actually this is kind of interesting. We're not opening... Well, okay. Let's do this. So let's actually run the game. We have to specify which scene we're loading, so this needs to be specified here now. If we don't have a scene file name here, if this is null, then we set it to I'm just gonna set it to like this hard-coded thing here. And this is gonna be, I think, test village. Okay. Yeah, equal. Scene file name. Oh, let's rename this. Okay. So now we should be able to sort this. There we go. Okay. So now I can launch code. It's installing it again. Why are you not seeing this now? Okay, there we go. Okay, I have to use code here because I have not been able to set up the debugging properly with what's it called, WSL, and like Windows subsystem for Linux. So yes, so now I go to where do I go? So we want to go to somewhere, yeah, where we transition the screen. So we want to go to the wait, this is the wrong thing. We want to open it in this place. Why can't I see this now? There we go. Okay, and let's go to where is it? What was it? Initial scene, yes. And then transition. Okay, this looks weird. Why? Ah, we don't have the launch things here. Plain text. Wait, I should have. No. Wait, I don't want to open it like this. This feels bad. Okay, there we go. But it feels wrong. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's do cmd.exe slash blah 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 code there. Okay, there we go. Initial scene. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, you're still not seeing this. Can you see it now? No. Why is this not visible? It's showing like the wrong thing in the streaming thing. I'm trying to go back and forth. Okay, whatever. You're just gonna have to deal with this. So I'm actually going into initial scene. I'm gonna place a breakpoint in transition. Maybe you're actually seeing it and I just don't see it here. I don't know. Okay, there, I think you're seeing it now. Okay, good. So here's the transition function, and I want to see what's happening in here. So let's place a breakpoint there, and we should be able to create this. I think it's LLDB and launch. Wait, no, I don't want this. Okay, yeah, so let's see if this actually works. Launch. Nope. Oh, this needs to be like sig out slash wait, base file base name. That's like the project. No, workspace folder base name.exe. I think something like this. But then is it stored just straight up in there, or is, yeah, I guess we'll see. No. Yeah, I think it's maybe bin. I mean, I can just check it, but yeah, there we go. Now it's starting. Okay, so let's see if we can go to the left. Okay, it didn't break, so why? Also, I'm starting at the wrong place as well. But it didn't break. Oh, does this need to be? Oh wait, I'm supposed to. Okay, let me just check the other place. Because I had it working there, so let me check SIG game editor. And let's check the launch here. Okay, so I need to copy this basically. Copy that. And we also need the tasks as well, but let's go back here, launch. So let's copy that. And there. Okay, that should work. Yes. Okay, and then we need a tasks as well. So if we go over to the other place again, and we copy, simply take this, copy that, go back to here, and we paste that in. So now we have this as well. Okay, why is this always showing up? Okay, there we go. And then we have this. Now we have this one. Okay, so let's start this and see if this works now. There we go. Now we get a breakpoint here. But we don't want to look at this specific one. What we want to do is we actually want to change the scene to test here. And now we can start. Because that's where the issue is. It's really weird. It only happens in this part. So when we go over here, it should spawn us at the left side, which is what's really weird about this. So the exit. Let's see. The exit has a scene file name, which yeah, that should be fine. We have a key. So let's check. Yeah, it's right. Can't really see it here. I can't scroll to the right. I have to like expand the window to see it. It says right, so that should be good. Yeah, so we're supposed to be spawning at the right side, but we're not doing that. For some reason. Actually, now it says left here. Okay, so it changed to left for some reason. Interesting. Let's try this again, because I want to see when that happens. So you can see like the first letter here. Here, it's right. And then once we've unloaded, I guess that's where it happens. It changed the pointer. It looked like. It still says right though. Okay. But then now it says left. Also after the unload it says left now. So okay. This exit. I can't deal with this code thing. Let's go to initial scene and transition. Oops. transition. And this scene, where does it come from? Here. Which, oh, this is actually an entity. Okay. Okay, then I can see the issue straight away. Because we store all entities in this entity registry, and when we transition, we unload. Yeah, so after this, all the entities are wiped from memory, so it makes sense that this is no longer valid in that case. Okay. It's interesting that it still works somehow. Why is the point, like, why is it changing a little bit though? I don't know. Well, anyway, okay, so yeah, I mean, we could just duplicate these and use them afterwards. So duplicated exit allocator. Well, not dupe. I guess we will create. No, these are pointers as well. Okay, let's just do scene file name is equal to scene allocator dupe, because this one is not zero terminate now. So we want to dupe the scene file name, and we set it to that. Oops. Yes. But then, oh, okay. But then this one, whenever we set it, we wanna free the old one, I guess. Well, the first one is read only. Ah, okay. I think what we need to do is we need to have a function for that. So the scene file name, we want to set that. No, but then wait. Set scene file name. So what I'm thinking is doing like this. So we have initial scene, and we get a new scene file name like this. And first we want to say the scene file name is duplicating. I actually want to store the old one, so old scene file name pointer is scene file name. Okay. Then we want to say we want to duplicate this, and I think, oh yeah, we need to specify U8 as well, so we do cache unreachable. Yeah. So then we want to check if we have an old scene file name and if this is not equal to the current one, then we want to free that. And so now we've duplicated we're freeing the old one, and then it's up to the user to do whatever they want with this one once we've dealt with that. So now if we go to main and right, that should be fine. Wait, actually, at one point we are putting this in, but then we're duplicating it. Yeah. Because this is like read-only memory, so we can't free it. That becomes, I believe that will be an error in the scene when you do that. But now, well, here we just set it, I guess. What if we do undefined? Or actually it's null. Right now it's nullable. And you don't specify it here, you actually specify it when we load. So scene file name. Because then we actually don't need to deal with this. Maybe we don't even need to have that stored in that case. Well, we do need to duplicate it here and also the key. And we pass that in there. And the scene file name. But we don't need to store it. Let's do this for now. And then in load, we use this to load the file name. We don't really need the file name after that. So yeah, let's just remove this. And we don't need this. Okay. Well, that's way easier. So the only thing now is this key. I want to see the key is used here, and then it's used there, and I think it's only used to find where the player should be, but then it's not really used anymore. Yeah, so we can simply use it once and get rid of it. So let's just defer free on those things. Okay. And that should be fine now. Okay, so that reduces complexity a little bit, so that's nice. And now here we don't specify the scene file name, we do it in load. Which makes more sense. You're loading in a specific scene, you're not initializing the thing. And this name is starting to become really like, this should be more like game, or I don't know, the main game struct instead of like the initial scene. It's not one scene, you can have multiple scenes, or yeah, you can switch out the scene. What's going on? So this might be null, which let's do it like this, like arg scene file name. And then scene file name is equal to arg scene file name, or else this. Oh yeah, this is great. Oh, and here we have to catch unreachable as well. Okay. So now we start. Yeah, okay. Let's go over here. There we go. Now it's correct. Awesome. Okay, well that strange bug was fixed. I'm glad we caught that. That could have been like a headache later to actually deal with that. Great. Did I have that as a bug? No. Okay. Okay. So back to this one. We play spawn animation when enemy is created. I want to also create enemy, like wait to create or spawn an enemy until player is in range. So you kind of like move forward into like you go over here and then they don't spawn until you're close enough. Something wrong with the death animation as well, but okay, whatever. So the thing is with this one is that the monster does exist from the start. Maybe we should just pause the spawn animation. So we're initializing the monster in here. The spawn animation gets started right away, so we will disable that. Now they should just be stuck in this first animation until, well, yeah, they're just stuck in this first animation until you go up until to them and they will start attacking you instead. You can almost see them. So what I want to do is then so we want to detect if the player is close enough. And we could do it in update animations or monster AI maybe. Maybe it's better to do it in here so we don't actually, so we have a state that's like the monster is like spawning in, and we need actually some state for that because this has a timer. So let's do spawning state. And we need end at some timer. Okay. So I guess it's in spawning state from the start as well, but it hasn't started or maybe it's like it has another state which is like it hasn't spawned yet, so it doesn't exist, I guess. I'm just gonna call it waiting to spawn. And that doesn't need to have a data point. So let's go here and see. So here's the update. And so here's the state. Let's add spawning here. And let's just copy this logic for now. So it's gonna, if the time is up, we wanna set it to idle, I guess. Otherwise, nothing happens. But if it's waiting to spawn, then what? So we want to check if the player is close enough. So I guess we just check we just do this, and we check the distance to the player, and then if the distance is less than something, we do something. So it's not going to be attack, it's going to be spawn instead. Okay, so if it's less than that, we are also, we need to increase this a little bit. I'm not sure what the actual distance will be. Let's just try that. And if that is the case, we want to set the state to be spawning, and the spawn and this one is gonna be, let's see, how do we set this? Yeah, it's just gonna be this. I guess get animation duration should work. Yeah, we want to set the animation, well, we want to start the animation, I guess, as well. So we set the state to something here. This is going to be t plus get animation duration, but before that we want to set animation, or no, we want to get yeah, I guess we do this. Wait. Yeah, here. So we set the animation to spawn. It's not gonna loop. Alright. Well, that should actually be it, I think. Okay, let's try it. Oh, another thing. We need to change the default state to be waiting to spawn. Okay. There we go. So we're going on our merry way. Oh, there's a monster. We kill it. Okay. And another monster spawning in. Okay, cool. So that works. Great. That was a lot easier than I anticipated. So that works now. Okay. Yeah, I think that's gonna do it for this session. I'm gonna log in later as well. I need to eat some stuff and take a little break. So yeah, I'll be back. I need to figure out what to do next as well. So yeah, I'm gonna quit the stream and log on in like 1 or 2 hours. So yeah, thanks very much for watching. We got a lot done, so that's nice. We got this weird bug in the editor fixed. That's really nice. So yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll see you later.